Hello. I am back. Alright, so today I'm gonna be working on um, some UI stuff. I wanted to get some UI stuff down before I really got into the meat of this terrain stuff. Because this by itself is a lot of work to try to get the feel that I want. Um, but I think it's gonna be a good thing to get the UI stuff ready. At least the concept of the UI ready. Um, Still have work to do on the water, but as you can see from the last time, things are looking a lot better. We don't have the super dark like black shadow here. Um, yeah, things are looking a little better, a little brighter. Still got a lot more to do, you know, when it's all said and done. I was experimenting with some just the built-in grass that they have. So I'll have to do a lot of work with the grass. This is just change the grass itself, um, and all that good stuff, basically. So I got some sand going. Uh, Hold on 1 second here. Hey, hey. Yeah, so you probably didn't hear anything I said. But I was saying I have a lot of work to do today. I'll be just kind of focusing on the UI. Um, and pretty much from the last time that you were here, um, I have things looking a lot better. Um, I baked some lighting so it's not so harsh, right? It's not this really dark black light or black shadow as before. I added some built-in grass that I have to change. I'll be changing this grass to my own. But yeah, just I was just experimenting with that. I actually sculpted the beach. And yeah, still some work to do, still a lot of work to do, but I just wanted the basics down. Put sand texture, painted that, and I painted a path going up. Right, this was all yesterday. Uh, just a basic path. I'll make this a lot thinner. You know, to fit pretty much one or two people. Then I started making some hills to kind of obscure, so you don't see the whole plane just yet. So I'm just trying to get a feel for what I want, basically. And I just added some roads, so it's just the very beginning. Yeah, it's just the very beginning of you know, actually starting to bring a level together. This grass. This is this is I want to say Bayar's Bayar's foot, but this is the beach. I can't believe I forgot the name. Oh my gosh, hold on. I don't know why I keep saying Bayar, but Grendel's. Yeah, this is Grendel's boot. And let me open back the map. Oh, and the other thing I have, um, so we're here, somewhere by the boot, somewhere down here. Um, now I also have a sun. I changed the sky to a procedural sky. It changes later on, but I was, you know, wondering, hey, where is the, you know, why isn't the water showing as much stuff? And it made sense because you know, the sun is way up in the sky, so I need to be able to do something to bring out more reflections here. But if I was to, let's see here. If bring the sun down, then you'd see a little line here, but it's still not big enough, so I need to figure out Ethernet cords, I should say. And this one is a bit slower than the last one. But anyway, so let me go back. So today I just want to focus on kind of putting more of these UI things together. Oh, and I have a minimap, which is cool. It's the start of a minimap, but I want to do something a lot more to it. Yeah, hopefully all of that will change tomorrow. It will most likely change tomorrow, I should say. Because I'll have a really fast upload speed. Yeah. Um, so I'm excited for that. Ah, it's probably on your end. No, it's on my end. I got cut off and disconnected, and it's been doing that since I changed Ethernet cords because I put the longer one and connected that to the NAS. So yeah. So all of that's hopefully gonna change tomorrow. I may have to just buy another Cat 7 Ethernet cord and put it back in here, and I think it's gonna be better. Anyway, so yeah, I have the minimap here, which is cool. But what I want to have happen is I don't want the minimap, you know, because a lot of games they have the minimap here, you know, in a little section or a circle, maybe a little bit bigger. But I want mine to be the whole right side of the screen. I think that's gonna look cool. So yeah, you could see moving, and you see the minimap. This is following me, which is cool. So I'm gonna be changing this, and so I'm kind of just fleshing out what the UI is gonna be like in the game, kind of like how I did this here, and I had the white box here before. So I'm just putting like little placeholders, but essentially I want to get a feel for UI is going to be and how the game is the final, you know, set of gameplay is going to be. Not the gameplay, but the look of the UI, I should say. So jump in old trusty old Photoshop, and this is what I want kind of the map to look like. Instead of this square, I want it to be a whole rectangle, right? And then I want I'm still figuring out what I want as far as the UI here. So I think what I'll do is have these as like, maybe this could be the life, and then when it drains, when it goes down, so it starts off green, and then when it goes down it gets yellow and then red when you're low on health. And then so you got to keep watching this, and then also maybe this one could be distinguished from the others. Then the abilities or the buttons could still be the same format, but they'll be buttons instead. So yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, and then I want two different types of talk bubbles for characters. So basically, if a character is talking, like in a distance, or they're not talking to you, you'll see a talk bubble above their head, right? But if they're talking to you, I want this whole section here. You know, this whole bottom section, or something to kind of pop up over your UI to kind of show that, hey, you're in a talk mode or whatever. So the game is kind of paused. User interface. So pretty much anything you see that you can click on Anything that gives you information, that's all UI. Kind of like the front end of a website, basically. Anything that you use or that you see that's not part of the immediate game is be considered a UI. So yeah, I'm just fleshing it out, and then I'm gonna bring it in. I'll separate these, bring it in to Photoshop. I mean to Unity. So let me see. So for the chat bubbles, and I know I have some purple chat bubbles already. I kind of don't. Should I make it circle chat bubbles like that? Oh, this is in a group. I'm gonna use the layers. And do I want it to be black? Take it out of here. Actually, I could literally just copy one of these here. And I can make that black. And what's the opacity? Currently 74. Just rasterize that. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel for it. Something like that, maybe. Or maybe even that. Let me just put that in a group. First of all, let me make the text white. Come on, Photoshop. Okay. This is test text. I know Photoshop has... They have lorem ipsum. So what I'm gonna do, instead of doing that, I'm just going to select in here, type, oh, they already put it, I forgot. The new Photoshop is really smart. It pastes the lorem ipsum for you as soon as you type text. So, regular text, Yeah, that's really not bad. You know, gets the job done. Uh, yeah, something simple. You could always change things about it. You can give it a different color. And then, you know, that color could be based on different things, maybe the area that they're in, or if you're talking to if you're listening or talking to an enemy, or it doesn't really matter, to be honest. As long as you could read the text and you understand that, hey, someone is talking that you're not currently talking to, I think that that could be enough. And then if it's too bright, could always change that. It's just so much stuff we could do here. Or maybe the color can change based on the your reputation with that person. So it's an individual individual stuff. Um, hmm. There's so much stuff I can do with just the color alone. Maybe it could be their mood, right? It could be their mood. So maybe you're trying to get something from someone, and you see them talking, if they do talk, and you could grasp their mood or a good time to ask them. You know, based on whatever it is. Say you want somebody to fight for you. If they're in a good mood, maybe they won't fight for you. Maybe they need to be upset to want to fight with you. So there's a lot of things that could be done. So I think that the correct size, like that's readable. I think that looks good. Maybe it doesn't have to be as round. Who knows? Doesn't. Maybe it could have some different type of style or something. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then I will sample this same color and create just simple shapes. We're not trying to get too fancy here. And that's gonna be on top of everything. And then I want to give it the same type of deal, right? But this time going this way. So I will give it a mask, and then that mask, I created this simple mask before, so anything black is transparent, anything white is fully opaque, anything in between will be the values of the opacity, and maybe I don't want that. Maybe I wanted let me see. Let me bring this all the way down. Or maybe this has to go, because this logo is not going to be here. So maybe this will stretch the whole section here over the minimap. I think that looks better. That way. That way we could add text, maybe an image of who's talking to you. So, oops. So, I don't know why Photoshop is acting so slow today. Alright, so what do I call this? NPC name, and this is going to be bold. You could have the image of the person right here on the left side of the text, and then, like, say it's your turn to talk, your turn to talk. Maybe you could come up on the right, so you know you're having a conversation that goes between one or the other. And these are all things that has been done before, so it's nothing new. But yeah, I think this is better than just having it in floating text in these talk bubbles right here. I think this is a lot neater, and you know, it distinguishes when the person is just talking. Maybe two people are having a conversation, and you're seeing their two talk bubbles go back and forth. And then when you start to talk to them, you see their face, and you see the text that they have here, and you know, maybe some buttons, some selections. Because remember, one of the parts of this game is going to be building relationships, right, with the NPCs. So being that you're building relationship with these NPCs, a lot of the gameplay will revolve around dialogue and making the correct choices. So yeah, there will be buttons. There will be buttons where you can, you know, based on the conversation, and you know, based on the choices, is whether you'll be friendly, neutral, or the enemy of the NPC, or the NPC may not want to talk to you, stuff like that. So in this game, reputation is going to be a huge thing, right? You want to build reputation with the correct people, but I want it to be open-ended. I don't want you, just because you fail to you know, I want it to be like, hey, there are some important reputation points that you have to build, but it's not going to be the end of the world if you don't get it specifically there. I just want it to be a lot harder to obtain what you want to obtain if you do the wrong thing. But and this is not going to be for every single conversation. It's going to be for a few conversations within each town. So let me just put the representation of the image. Oops. 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 Yeah. I do want it to matter, right? I do want the conversations to matter, but I don't want it to be like, if you mess up the first time, that there's no way that you can finish this this quest, right? Or, you know, I don't know. Maybe we do want it that way, but I'm thinking that might annoy some people if they're unable to get the quest or unable to, you know, I don't know. I don't know. We might actually have to try both ways just to see um, what's annoying from what's not. Like right now, I'm playing this game that, you know, I'm playing this Zelda game, and it's annoying the crap out of me because the weapons, every weapon in the game, as far as I know, is breakable, and it's really, you hardly get any time before the weapon breaks. But they give you a lot of weapons, like you're able to find a lot of weapons or acquire a lot of weapons, but it's still, it breaks way too easily. And that's annoying me, even though it's a critically acclaimed game. And I'm like, how do people like this? Like I was literally just fighting like a boss, and I ran through all the weapons, and the boss just had a little bit of life left, but because I have no weapon, I had to run away. I still can't find any weapons, and then I was like, let me just go back to see if the boss's life is gonna be the same. And then when I went back, his life is filled again. I'm like, oh, this is crap. This is crap. So yeah, I don't want to annoy people. You know, I want it to be a very deep or in-depth game where the choices you make matter, but I don't want to punish them too much for making the wrong choice. So I like how this is looking very simplistic, very simple. So you say you're talking to someone, this is going to come up. You're going to see them, whoever you're talking to, if you know their name or whatever, their name's going to come up. And the text is going to thing. I'll have a button here to skip. Maybe you'll see a little, whatever the button is, X or whatever, to skip dialogue. And then when you're done, it's gonna close. So I like that. I like that. Keep it simple. Um, so I'm gonna keep that simple. And then what I want here, time to sip some water. I just sipped some water. Then the other thing I want is a a journal, like a quest log type deal. And I think I'm gonna put that here. Right, so I think what I want, so you'll see the quest name here within this within these blocks. So for instance, the quest that you're currently on, it's gonna be in a list like that. And the quest that you're on is gonna be the quest that you're following. Yeah. A lot of games have the quest log, but I'm just thinking of in terms of the UI. How do I want it? I don't want to really open open a book per se, because sometimes when you're looking at the quest log, you have to it opens a menu, like a whole screen, and you have to stop. Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Games, they have all different types of UIs and interchangeable UIs, and they allow you options to put UI elements wherever you're most comfortable. I'm not gonna do that yet, but usually, well, yeah, the minimap is on the right, right? But I want, when you click on this or click on a quest, maybe another screen pops up, like another screen kind of slides here, and you'll see like, hey, this is a quest log or something. Because you're gonna briefly look at the quest log, right? You're gonna see, hey, what do I need to do again? I need to do this. All right, and then you may close it. So yeah, I'm trying to keep like the text here, and whatever you click on, that's of that you need to see. Maybe it kind of just covers the map, because you're only looking at that temporarily. That's what I kind of want, right? But it's all gonna be in the testing, and once I get it to work, if I see that it's not working, then I'll think of something else. Yeah, so it's always, I kind of want the player to get used to only two things really happening, and that is slide in for all the panels, and then slide up for the text, the dialogue. Anything you need to click on will be on the left side, and any action that you need to take is at the bottom once this goes away. Either that or this will push and yeah. But I'm liking how this is looking. I'm liking how this is looking right now. It's very simple, and let me add some text to the quest log here. Oops. Let me bring back my tools. And is this under? Okay, it's underneath. That's why it's so light. And the colors, you know, I could always change the colors. It really doesn't matter. But for now, let me just. And the quest colors could be based on how easy or hard it is based on your level. Quest example. Do I want to have like a summary? This will be 18. Let me just keep it as clean as possible. So you click on this and something opens up. Hey, MK_0, thanks for follow. How are you? So, alright, so I'm gonna keep it very simple. So when you click on this or you hover over it, I kind of want it to be like you hover over this and it's gonna become this size, and this one is gonna get smaller. So whichever one you hover over, it's gonna be like a nice kind of and you click on it, and then I don't know how that's going to translate from left to right, but I'm thinking it's going to catch your eye when it slides in with all the information. I'll have to test it out. I will have to test it out. So, alright. So yeah, so the first thing I want to do is the map. I already have the little map here, and what I'll do is switch the map to be like almost full screen, and then I'll have to bring in the mask and mask it off. And then the other thing I need to do after that, well, I actually can't do that, but I want to bring this map in place of the real map, and then in place of the character, I want to have like an arrow to just show which direction the character is looking. So it's not, you know, you won't actually see the character like you see the circle here. You won't see any shadow or anything like that. You're just gonna see a representation of the of the character here. I think that's gonna be good. But first I need to change the orthographic. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be a nice looking map. But the reason I said I can't do it yet is because currently, like, there's nothing here. So what I need to do is start creating um, these regions, right? So like Grendel's Booth here. I need to actually make that a big map like this with, you know, the roads and the cities or the towns and whatever needs to be there, and that's gonna be the map. And then when I cross over into the other zone, like Somber Clearing, the map is gonna switch to this map. So it's not gonna be boring because you won't understand what's going on. And the other thing that I'm gonna need to do on top of that, I want to be able to, and I'm not sure if I want this, but I want to be able to zoom out just a little bit. Right? With the scroll of the mouse. So if you go here and you kind of scroll a little bit, maybe it zooms out. I don't know. Or maybe the character can have some type of device that goes up in the air to get more coverage or something. So I don't know. There's just so much stuff you could do with this game. So let me do that. That would be helpful for the player's ability to plan. Yeah, it would. But you know, like every game that I like personally, I like the character to start really weak, like without hardly any abilities, and then gain the ability to do something like that, right? So maybe based on the story, maybe they don't even start out with like a map per se. Maybe it's just like we spoke about a couple days ago. Maybe you have to discover areas on the map, and then, you know, it becomes like a memory. Then the map is kind of like your memory until you get a piece of the map from somebody else. Right? I think that might be something cool to do. But let me change this. So right now, to create this is just an orthographic camera that's just pointing down to me, and then I have a little bit of code on there to make it follow the player, right? So what I want to do is I want to change the dimensions of the orthographic camera, and then I have to change the dimensions of the image itself to match. So let me see, where did I have this? I have canvas, I have the minimap camera, which is right here, and that's an orthographic camera. I can scale this. Can I scale it? I don't know. That's a good question. No, it only has one size. That's fine. Let me change the actual canvas. Image, minimap window. Alright. Oh, that's actually stretching it. We don't want to do that. So the height. Alright, how will I do this? Let's see. So we go back to the mini-map camera. And we have the position. Change this from 2D to 3D. I could have sworn there was a way, or am I thinking of Blender? There has to be a way to because I could change the size, no problem. So maybe I just change the size. Alright, let me get the raw image. So we have the masks. Let me just see what my options are here. Alright, so I'll change the mask size. Change the minimap window size. And then I can change there has to be a better way to do this, because right now I'm degrading the quality if I do this. Alright, but it is what I want, but yeah. So if I was to play this, it's still not as thick as I want here. So yeah, so the best way to do this. Alright, so we have the mask. The mask is fine. We could stretch the mask however we want it. At least I think so. Oh, and I didn't even create an appropriate mask. This is just a little image that I used. Okay. Getting a lot of text here. Hold on. All right. So let's see here. Let me go to Photoshop and export that. So this will be my mask. Actually, I could probably just export as PNG. Hello, where are you? And I'll just export this as map mask. And let me bring that into Unity. So we have this on our desktop, maps, and then we have the map mask. Let me bring that into textures, map mask. Alright, so under mask, do I have to change this to sprite or something? Let me see. Mask. Yeah, I may have to do something to this. Custom UI. Let me see if that will do anything. Player, minimap, camera, mask. Alright. What's the dimensions of that? Let me see. Uh, 380 by 808. Oops. What in the funkiness is going on here? Come on, don't crash. Okay. Something's funky. I don't know why it's doing that. And I don't know why it's not. That is weird. Alright, I'm doing something wrong. So, alright. We have the just hide these three for right now. because they're kind of confusing me. And let me rename these. I'll rename this to just a placeholder. Image placeholder, and then stat placeholder 1. And then stat placeholder 2. Alright, I'll just make these not selectable for right now. Alright, back to this. So we have this, which is this is an empty. Yeah, that's just an empty game object. This is an image, right, with a mask, and we have the. So if I show the mask that I imported, oops. Yeah, so it's showing the mask properly, right? It's showing the mask properly, and then under that mask we have the minimap. Actually, it's not showing the mask properly, but what I mean is the height of the mask basically is correct. As you could see the transparency. So I don't know why the map. I think I need to add a mask component to this map too. But this is correct. So the minimap is a raw image, and I can make that raw image. Let me make it as big as this, really big. And I'll put it in the center. So that is weird. Where is the oh, set native size? Preserve aspect. That is weird. It's really the simplest stuff. The stuff that's supposed to be really simple is what messes with you. Okay, so mask, and if I do preserve aspect, it's trying to preserve that aspect. This really makes no sense. It's not the same size as I'm exporting it. Or is it? Image type, if I do set native. Alright, this is what I want. It just pushed it way out. So set native. Oh, I know what happened. It exported the whole screen, which is not what I wanted. So what I'm gonna do is do that. 380 by 808. By 808. All right. Take that, drop it in here. Right, and then I'm just gonna save this as a PNG. I think this is a little bit too light now, the black. Yeah. All right. So that's better. Now I will save this. Let me just do this. And then I'll remove this this layer from here. I'll delete the layer mask, and then I will recreate what I did. And the location of this is 50. Why does this look like that? What's going on here? Hold on. Mode. We're in RGB. That is weird. Completely black. Do we have some opacity on here? No, it's 100%. That is really, really weird. Wait, do I have blending options? Is it normal? That is weird. Alright, let me do this. There's always more than one way to do something. That. And I'm in RGB. I am so confused. I'm not getting that that is what I wanted right there. But that layer, I probably did some kind of crazy stuff. All right, let's try this again. Let me just make sure. All right. So this is 50. All right. So 20 and 80. All right, let me just try with this. All right, so whatever is in the black area here is going to be fully visible, and then whatever is in the white area, completely white, will be. Oh, I have this backwards. Oops. Yeah. So whatever is in the white area will be fully visible, and whatever is in the black area will be completely invisible. Right, and the grays will be faded in. I'll definitely have to make some adjustments to this. So 380 by 808. For now, I'm just going to put this in my maps folder. I'll replace that. And let's see, refresh. I need to re-import it. Alright, there we go. Much better. Actually, that didn't do a damn thing. Map mask. Let's go back here. Let me see what this looks like. I actually like how this looks, this one, but let me delete that and import the assets, maps. Where is the hmm. Let me try adding a mask to this. No, that's not gonna work. This is not gonna work. It's not, I'm thinking about this wrong. Alright. I'm definitely thinking about this wrong. I think I was thinking about how you can do it in Blender. And then, alright. And how I want it is when you actually move the camera, then the minimap will spin. But this is definitely not how, you know, I have it planned to look. I just need to figure out how to actually change the size. I think I just need to change the size of the render texture itself. Yeah, and that's gonna bring the resolution up. Because right now the render texture is like 180 by 180, which is very small. It's just square. So yeah, I think that's what I forgot to do. But basically, it's going to be a little bit bigger and longer. I want it to fade out once I get the mask proper, and I have to write a little bit of code. Yeah, it works. It works a little bit different than I thought. Than I was thinking. At least, either that or I'm having a brain fart, right? Hey, no problem. Thanks for coming by. I definitely appreciate you checking it out, and hopefully every day you come back, or every time you come back, there'll be more updates to it. But yeah, so let me change the actual render to texture size, and then I have to write a bit of rotation code. I have to be able to get the camera rotation because I don't want the map to rotate when the player rotates, right? Although I could do that, but it's really distracting. I want when you move the camera, wherever you're looking at, this will rotate, right? So yeah. Alright, so let me change the render to texture. The actual mask. Let me see. That's good. Yeah, it's a lot of discipline that goes into this, and it's very hard. It's not easy, but it's a nice little process. All right, so we have the map mask. Where did I put this? So we have the minimap camera, and then where's the output text here? So it's 180 by 180. So I want this texture, instead of stretching it by itself, it needs to be 380 by 808. Not 1808, but 808. And already that did it. That cleared up the jaggedness of it. So now it's so now the mask. What was the size? I know this was 808. But now you could definitely see something's up. Alright, let me see. So alright, we have the mini map. And now the minimap is not square, so let me see. By 808. All right. See ya. Have a good meeting. Okay, so it's 380. I can't believe I got that so fast. All right, so let's see. So 380 by 808. You know what the problem is? The problem is my canvas size is not it's smaller than what the aspect ratio I have right now, so that's why things look the way they do. I should actually make it 1920 by 1080 and change this from free aspect, but people have different size monitors, so I'll have to do some stuff here to kind of stretch it. Comes in the middle there. Alright, let me test this and see what that looks like. It's getting there. It's getting there. So the only thing is it's not working the way I want it to. It's not picking up the transparency, and that's how I need this to be. I need it to be transparent on each end, like we have it here. It needs to be a lot bigger, but it needs to be proportionally bigger. That's the thing. So being that it's a raw image, right? That's the image, and this is the raw image here. Should be able to mask this. So all right. So it's maskable. Right, the mask is here. Yeah, I still have a lot more to figure out with this. And you can Alright, I'll figure that out another time. I may have to completely change the way that it's being done. It's a simple image. Yeah. This should be something that was very simple to do, kind of like how in Photoshop you could do it. But let me start adding the other UI stuff that I need, just as placeholders. So I need to add something, just an image, a full image at the bottom. All right, and I could bring that in. Okay. So I kind of failed with this one. Let's just bring this in. Let's see. Image, make sure it's centered. And then I will snap it to the bottom. And also make it stretch both ways. So this should make it full screen. Theoretically, this should make it full screen. Alright, so that's full screen. What was the height of this one? The height is 207. That seems very small. So this is 100%. Alright, so 207. That seems very small. Raw, actually 207. Alright, so that's the height. Okay, I like that. I wonder if I'm able to do this simple gradient here. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, oh, that is not what I want to do. You know what? I'll keep it simple. There. I'll save this as chat panel. All right. Textures. Open this back. Chat panel. PNG. I wonder if I could use this, or do I have to change this to? Let me just change it to. Alright. I don't know what that is, I'll have to look that up. Alright, but chat panel. And I should actually call. Oops. I should actually call this instead of chat panel. I should call it. I'll just name the other thing chat wrap. That will make it better. And let me put. Let me test this and see just how it looks. I expect it to look fine because it's it's the same image. Perfect. This logo is not going to be here. It's just not going to be there. So we're fine, and it looks good. This will not always be here. It's going to pop up when we need it. So that's cool. I should bring back some of my animal friends in here. They're gonna be wandering all in the water. That's gonna be hilarious. Because we don't have any swimming yet. I didn't put any swimming functionality. That's gonna be another thing. So if I put the animals here, they're just gonna choose a random spot and go to that spot, and we're just gonna see them going in the water. Okay, so I need to create a panel. Right? Panel is probably one of the most useful features, UI features, because then you can add stuff to the panel, and you can change the layout of the items in the panel and stuff like that. So we do that. We will keep it at the bottom. And keep it stretched, right? And I will call this, that needs to be the chat panel, this needs to be the chat. Wait, I could add a background to the chat panel, so I don't even need this raw image per se. Alright. Let me test that. So yeah, the panel itself can have a background image. Right, and right now the opacity is that, so now we're back to square one, but it's an actual panel. And now I can add some text to it. Text Mesh Pro. Right, so let's just mimic what we have here in Photoshop. Alright, so we have just some text for the NPC name, and then what I'll do, I'll change the NPC name. Yeah, I have some NPCs in that I can add that are quest givers, so I have to revert or change, I should say, the way the quest panel comes up. I want it to be much more simple. I don't want it to be like World of Warcraft anymore. I want it to be simple and always be here, and kind of feel more interactive. So NPC name, I'll change that to bold. 22. And move it to center down. So yeah. So NPC name, and then let me name this NPC name, or UI. UI chat NPC name. UI chat NPC name. Okay. I should probably have done that lowercase. I need to stick to whatever convention I had before. So UI chat NPC name, yeah. Simple. And then I will duplicate that. And then I will call this UI chat text. Or maybe call it caption. Yeah, UI chat caption. That sounds better. And caption right beneath it. Actually, I actually need to make this canvas a little bit bigger so I could get a real size reference. Anyway, I will put this back to the top, and I will, it should not be bold, and I think I'll make this 18. I said I'll make this 18. And let me just add the same lorem ipsum that I have here. So lorem ipsum. And this is just placeholder text. Alright, let's see the damage here. Oh, I didn't even bind this to the UI element, so it may be messed up. It could be messed up. Alright, so yeah, the text looks good as far as readability goes. I didn't change the font or anything like that. I'm not concerned about that just yet. But as far as readability, yeah, I like it. It's very readable. It looks nice. And then in here, I'm just gonna have an image, and that's gonna be for whoever is talking. On the right side, if I'm talking or if I'm making a decision or whatever, I'm gonna have an image of the player on the right side, right? Because, you know, I could have the player on the left side and have it kind of inverted, but I don't want to do that because I want the focus to be on the NPCs, right? And we read from left to right. So I kind of want the importance to be on the NPCs because we're trying to build relationships with these NPCs. And I think as the player, we should kind of look at ourselves last. Yeah, but I'll see how that works out. So far, I really like this. Even though I don't have the fade for the minimap, it's cut off. So yeah, I was thinking of a minimap maybe with a perspective, just something different than you see all the time. Um, and this, it may not be so useful, because just the perspective is, but it's different. You get to see here and here, so maybe you'll be able to see some mobs if they're aggroed from here. You could see some, and I want to put some highlights for the mobs. And I still have to put the camera rotation, so wherever the camera is, I want this to rotate with that. I could make it so that it rotates with the player, but I don't want that. Yeah, we have a whole lot of space to do a whole lot of quests and put a whole lot of assets. So it should be fun. Let me bring in some of these guys. Let me bring in some of the NPCs. I just want to see them when I go over the hill, but they'll just wander wherever the hell they want. Alright, so where's the player? Player is here. I will put some of the NPCs back here. Hopefully I didn't break them when I was trying. What I was trying to do off camera is change the input system to the new input system, which is really cool. The new input system, basically you can make all your control schemes. You can make one control scheme basically, or two, I would say, one or two, and have them just switch between any type of game controller. So it could be an Xbox controller, it could be the Switch, it could be the PlayStation 4 or 5, it doesn't matter. You make that control scheme and it automatically switches based on wherever you want to launch your game, right? The only problem with that is that I got a lot of issues with it based on how I have the controller now, right? Every other controller, it has two joysticks, right? One joystick is for walking, right? In any direction, and the other joystick is to look. That's currently not how I have my control scheme here. So it gave me a lot of trouble, and I just ended up saying, you know what? I will come back to this another time. Let me switch back to the old input scheme and start over. Right? Because I like the control scheme I have right here. And let me explain a little bit how it is. Currently, the control scheme I have is WASD, right? But W goes forward, right? S goes backwards instead of turning the player backwards. A and D turns the character, right? It turns the character in one spot, right? So if you're walking forward and you start to turn, the character turns with you, that way you could keep the camera, like you can walk backwards basically while you're fighting or whatever. You could walk backwards instead of with a joystick, like you're playing something like Mario or Breath of the Wild or something like that, and you press back on the joystick, it's going to turn the character to point to that direction and come back here. And I don't want that adventure type scheme, because I want to be able to, you know, turn the camera independent. In WASD, you could walk backwards and stuff like that. To me, it just gives it a little more personality. So I was trying to do this control scheme on the with the joysticks, but because the joysticks, I don't know, it just was giving me such a hard time. I almost got it, but not quite. And I plan to launch this on consoles too once I'm done with it, like the Switch. That's why I'm not using the high definition graphics, the render pipeline. I'm using the URP, which is the universal render pipeline in this. It still gives you good looking results, right? But it's not giving you the best results that this engine can offer. I can get really, really good results with this. Really good looking results, but not like really the best that you can get, which is like you can get really accurate materials, PBR, accurate materials, you get extra features, extra lighting features. If I put it on HDRP, if I was to convert this to HDRP, I would be open to all the options that this engine has to make this thing look good. The only problem with that is then when you use that, then it's no longer, you can no longer launch the game on any platform that you want. You may be able to launch it on, like the PlayStations, the Xboxes, but not the Switch, right? Or not mobile if you wanted to launch on mobile also. So that's why I'm currently using the universal render pipeline for this, and it still gives really good results, right? Forget the grass that you see that's just coming in like that. I'm just testing the grass. I haven't changed any settings to make it to push this further back where you start seeing the details, and they kind of just pop in, like pop. Usually you'd have it kind of fade into view. So I didn't change any settings at all besides the color and the size, and maybe besides the color, the size, and the density of this, I didn't change any settings, and it still looks decent, right? It still has some sway to it, right? It still has some sway, not too much, so it's swaying in the wind. I could obviously change that, but the grass itself, I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna try to create my own assets instead of using like the built-in assets that they have, because I want I want better grass than this. It looks good, but I want better grass. And it's obviously going to have a lot of variation between like clumps of different types of grass and flowers and all that type of stuff, and that's when it really starts to look like you have something. It starts to look good. Then I need to create some some assets for stuff that you would see in different areas, like simple rocks. We already have the landscape shape, right? The landmass shape. Now we need to add rocks and seashells and all the little assets that make a scene look like a scene, right? Or make it look reasonable. Obviously, I still have to work on this shader. It looks pretty good. It doesn't look the best because I see some sharp lines here and there. So I don't think the assets that I took, I got these assets from Google, so I'm gonna have to create my own anyway, right? Either create my own or buy those assets for the um, the normal map that makes the waves, make it look like it's water. Um, but yeah, it's gonna have to be tweaked some more. So besides the tweaking, right? Uh, if you could see, yeah, I need to also tweak the shader settings because right now I could hardly see the color of the underwater section. Yeah, the mountains underwater, the hill, I should say. I want to see a little more of it, so I just have to change a little bit of settings. The other thing I have to learn how to do, because I don't know how to do this yet, is make a wet map, which I'm thinking um, I'm thinking the shader is gonna be it's gonna use this shader here, right? So this shader just has up and down, whatever. So wherever that shader touches on this map, position of it, I may have to do a delay, right? I can see it in my mind. I just don't know how to put that into the actual shader yet. So what I'm thinking is using this shader that I already built. Um, that's a work in progress still, but just the movement of it. If the shader hits the landmass, wherever it hits, is going to create another or use another shader um, to kind of paint where it's been, and it's based on a delay. It's going to um, kind of fade it out or kind of wherever it's very hard to explain what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it's going to use this wherever it touches. It's going to create the wet map or display the wet map, and it's going to have a delay before that wet map starts coming back out. Right? That way we can simulate wet sand. Because right now this looks horrible. And then on top of that too, I have to have foam layers. Right? So wherever the shore is, it's going to have some foam, so it's going to be white at the edge here, and that's going to help with the illusion that this is water. And also I still need to fix the fact that these maps, well, actually not even the map, the shader, um, being that it's waving this land, and you're seeing lines here. I hate that, so I need to fix that too. But being that it's using a sine wave to go up and down, I have to limit that to only close to the shore, right? So I have to kind of mask it out. I have to figure out how to mask the shader close to the edge, kind of like how I did it to get the depth. So I could do it probably based on the depth map. I don't know. So that way the horizon, you don't see these lines in the horizon. All the way out in the horizon, it has to be still, like a flat line. So yeah, you don't want to see any funky behavior all the way in the horizon. All the waves the strength of the wave has to be from the shoreline because it's coming back, and then further out it's going to be more calm to the horizon there. And I think with that, I'll have some good looking water. And specifically too, the foam has to go around every piece of land that it touches. So those islands here, they have to have foam also. Um, yeah, so lots of work to do still. Lots of work to do. All right. So the next thing I want to do, let me just add some NPCs here. So we have the prefabs, we have NPCs, and we have NPC. Just put a few here, just around this area here. These have no animations, they're just simple basic models, low poly models. These will all be changed. So 3. And let's see. Enemy scriptable object. Alright, we need to make these guys I have quest handlers on this because these weren't animals before, but let's see. Enable follow. Alright, so the NPC scriptable object is grandma. I created some scriptable objects before, which I was using. Grandma. And if we go to scriptable objects and we go to NPCs, we see grandma here. And I'm just making sure the personality type is normal because I have 3 personality types that I created here. Timid and aggressive. Timid is not going to work right now because there is no place for these guys to run and hide. I created timid for if there was like bushes or something like that, or trees that we could get to. They would look for the closest, not even the closest, they would look for a random thing, random safe spot, and they would run into that safe spot. Right? I need to change code here because now the landmass is so huge that there will be tons of different hiding spots for these guys, whichever NPCs and hiding spots I create. So we don't want the NPC, if you put it on timid and you have like thousands of hiding spots, for this guy to choose an area that's way in the distance to try to run. That wouldn't make much sense, right? So I may have to change it to stretch the legs. Oh man, that's crazy. Stretch your legs. I have this set on every half an hour? Yeah, every half an hour. Alright, so I may have to change this to the closest, basically, the closest safe spot. instead of just a random safe spot. So maybe it can look for some safe spots within a certain, a certain circumference or a certain area, and then choose a random one from that to run to. I think that's going to be a much better solution. And then aggressive, they're going to attack you. Going to chase you for a little while, attack you, and then just go back to the area and start wandering again. So let me just add one more. And I don't think I need to add anything, but if I do, it's going to tell me because it's going to show an error. So I don't see an error at the bottom here just yet. So let me go over the hill and see if... Oh, there they are. Yeah, they're just wandering about. Is that one stuck in the ground, or is he... Oh, he's behind the hill. Okay. And do these guys not have shadows on them? I don't think they do. Unless I can't see the shadows that far. Is that guy stuck in the ground? He is. That's funny. Wait, can they not? Do I not have floor on all of these? Or wait. Navigation. Oh. So okay. So I need to. Oh, I need to redo this, and I know why. So the blue line, the blue area here, is where they can travel, where they're supposed to be able to walk, right? But yesterday I came in here and I added some hills. I added some more hills, and I forgot to recalculate the nav mesh. So that's why these areas, that's why they're going through the ground, because I set them on top on top of the hill, and they're not supposed to be there. That's the issue. That's the issue. So it took a while to calculate all of these, this entire map, because this is a huge map. Well, not huge, but it's a big map, right? So I need to find the area. See, it's not that big. I need to find this area and maybe just add that one or bake that one. Or I just need to do the whole thing over, which might crash the software. But let's see. Can I do one at a time? That's the question. So here's the terrain, and luckily I broke it up. Right, so that would be the area that I need to bake. Um, okay. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay. So I don't know. I don't think this is. I don't think I can bake this separately. Object, walkable. Areas. Yeah, that's just the. You can set different areas, walkable, jumpable, and then use that later on. Do I want to rebake this entire thing again? Not now. Oh, will it rebake? Yeah, I think it will try to rebake. No, it's really not that important right now. I will rebake this at another time. So I will take these guys and move them somewhere. And let me look at the nav mesh again. Okay, so I'll just move them here. And obviously I'll have a spawner. I haven't created the spawner yet, so this guy here. This guy here. And you get out the ground. Alright. Alright, now they should just not venture here, even though it tells them to go there. This mesh should stop. Actually, no, I do need to create it because the mesh is still inside. Yeah, you could tell the mesh is inside here, so they'll still try to go there because I didn't update the mesh. So I have to remember, once I start working on these and I want things to look good, I'll bake it. But let me try to bake this and see. It's gonna take a while because it's a lot of stuff. So it's building nav mesh and it's gonna build it for the entire thing. There should really be a different way to do this. So let's just wait till it rebuilds. It's gonna try to rebuild the entire island. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Play some Breath of the Wild in the meantime. I'm completely out of weapons in this game. All I have is a leaf. I could do that. I could. I could take down some trees with these bombs. Maybe that will give me a couple branches. I wish I could share the screen. Up, no. And that's the thing with working with such huge maps. Everything is going to take like a long time to do. This map is, I think it's 4098. I think it is. I'll have to check. But it's broken up. It's broken up into 512 by 512 pieces. It's about, let's see. Yeah, It's gonna take a while. I don't think I've been here. Let me see. It's halfway done. A little more than half. That's good. Yeah, I don't remember this. Oh shit. Let's sip some water. Finally. Okay, now you can see the nav mesh covering, most of the areas that it should. Alright, so now they shouldn't go through the ground. Now they should. Just be wandering about wherever they please, except hills that are too steep. And there they are. I still don't see shadows. Let's see if we get closer. I mean, none of this matters, they're gonna be replaced, but so they're all just, oh, there we go, yeah. Shadows are there, it's just settings that I'll have to change for the distance that we can see the shadows. And I won't want it to just pop up like it is. I want it to fade in. Also, maybe, like other games, I shouldn't even see these guys until we get closer. But I think today's computers are more than capable of a good distance, not super far, right? But a good distance. Right, so yeah, with a bunch of these guys running around, once they have animations and textures and they're a little bit more polys than this. Yeah, maybe they don't need to be, but I don't know. I have to kind of match the landscape. The landscape looks kind of good, except maybe around here. I can put some caves and stuff, some places to walk down here close to the water, and put some cave systems here. And there's another area where the river is, where I could put some cave systems too. You see the animals on the minimap, but I need this to fade in. That's what I need. I need the render texture to utilize the masks that I have there. So I need to figure out how to do that. I think once we have the map, although this doesn't look too bad, I can put a border around it just to kind of have some separation going. But I want it to be how I have it in Photoshop here, where you see the map, you know, and maybe what I need to do too is maybe rotate the camera. Wait, let me see. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. If I'm moving this way. So yeah, the camera, wherever the camera is facing, has to be based. Well, this, wherever this map, mini map is facing, it has to be based on where I'm looking, or where either where the player is looking, but I don't want that because then it's going to rotate every time I do that. But wherever the camera is rotating, right? So it's not going to happen all the time. It's going to happen only when you adjust the camera. So yeah, I like this. Start bringing some life into the game. And I have to think about other things that bring life to the game to make it feel like you're actually in a world, right? So from plants to rocks to animals like birds, fish, little floaties, little like insects that kind of float around. What else? Sounds, right? When you have the sound, yeah, I should actually do that. Look for some beach sounds, and then of course music, nature sounds like birds chirping, and all of the little things that make a game start feeling like it's alive. I need to bring that in. And as much as I want to get rid of Mr. Pill Guy over here, I think I want to wait a little bit longer, just a little bit longer before I start thinking about the characters and stuff like that. I have to get my writer, and I actually have to start thinking about, all right, what type of stories do we want in this game, and you know, how do we create characters, or are we going to create a character, or is it going to be you know, predefined type of character that you have no selection ongoing? I don't know. It's a lot to think about. When I first started, I had a very clear idea of what I was intending to do. But the more I start to think, you know, the more it's like, do I need this or do I want this? So I will have to bring some clarity back to exactly what I'm doing. Let me actually add some. Let me add some camera noise. Just a subtle noise again, just to see if it's gonna make it look. It's gonna make it feel a little bit different. Alright, so we want the third-person camera that we created, and the middle rig. I'm going to add some basic noise, and I'm going to add some handheld mild noise, and I'm going to do 0.5 and 0.5. So yeah. Yeah, that gives it a really nice different feel. Although my you're seeing lines running up and down and stuff like that. But yeah, I like how that feels. It's very subtle. You could tell it's moving. But it's subtle. I like that. And obviously later on, depending on the stories and stuff like that, we may control the camera with code and make it really nice. All right. So now I want to bring in this image, right? This is going to be the image of whoever you're talking to, but it's not going to be in a square. I want it to be an actual, you'll see the actual character or model close up. That's how I want it. So this person will talk, and then when it's your turn, you slide in here, and you'll see your name over here, and then you'll be talking. You see your picture. You got some selections maybe down here, some buttons that you can click. I will bring in the image. And this image will just be another render texture, right? It will have to be a rendered texture with transparency in the back, right? So to do the transparency, oh, that should be actually easy because um, what I could do is just double up on the cameras, or I can have a camera on each NPC. That's by default it's off. That camera will only render the NPC layer. There's a couple ways to do it. I could make the secondary camera that's on every NPC, just render a specific layer, right? The NPC layer, or I could do it kind of old school, how they used to do long ago, where they would have some characters way off in the distance where you cannot see it. So like way off the map, outside of the map somewhere, and have them in a room, and then just put cameras on them there, and then you could do whatever you want there. But that's gonna be, I think that's gonna be a little bit too much work. More work than I wanted to, because there'll be tons of NPCs. Right, so what I'll do is have a camera, a secondary camera pointing to both me, like my face and upper chest, bust area, and those cameras will read those specific layers, and then I have to find a way to make those cameras make the render texture behind it transparent. And I guess the image could be transparent. I don't know how that's gonna work yet, but I think that's the way that it's gonna have to go. Let me make this blue because I'm lazy. You're blue. You're blue. Is this not in a thing? So I could just put these into the chat panel. Guess I could have done that first. So put that in the chat panel. All right, and this is going to be a mask. Right, so you start off with one, which is your life. Right, and I guess the way that I envision it currently is, let me get a custom shape here, and custom shape, and the default shapes. Where are all the shapes? Where are the rest of my shapes? Wild animals, leaf, flowers. Where did these come from? What? Where did the normal shapes? I swear, Photoshop changes so much. I don't know where these things came from, and where is the normal? Leaf trees, wild animals, flowers. Where are the stuff like the arrows and the hearts? They used to be right here. That's annoying. It's alright, let me just grab a heart from Google. I'll just grab. Let me just copy. Great. All right, I have to save it. Alright, I'm just gonna use this random heart that I got from Google. Make this red. So it's in group 1. Alright, so in group 1, we select layers. Group 1, I'm just going to do a clipping mask. Right, and I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do or how I want this to look, but I want to keep things very clean and simple. Very clean and simple. That's really the goal here. All right. Let me just make sure that sometimes these things don't look centered to me. And I don't want snapping. Oops. I don't want snapping. Alright. So yeah, that's pretty centered to me. But it's not centered here. Photoshop is usually good about snapping. Alright. Alright, so I'm thinking simple symbols, right? Simple symbols. And let me add another one. Right, for now. So if I add a color here, let me just do a light green. So I'm thinking something like this could represent your life, right? You see the heart in the center, and as you start to go down, wait, is this a whole thing? That's a whole image that I filled because I didn't select it. That's silly. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So, and then when your heart starts to go down, your life starts to go down, this is what happens, right? So this is like halfway or a little more than halfway. And then maybe both of them could go down while you're at it, and maybe the color. Oops, let me add a color overlay on this because that was just a fill color. So the color overlay will be the same color as the fill. And then once you start to get lower, then it's either it just starts changing colors basically. So you know you're in the red zone. When you start getting there, when you're low, it starts getting in the red zone. And anything above half is green. And then maybe, just maybe, the heart could start going down to, I don't know. Just trying to make it really simple. So I think something like that would work. And I don't want to do multiple hearts. This is not multiple hearts. You're going to have one heart that's going to represent your life. And then these other things are other actions that you can actually do, like you'll be able to press these to do stuff. And then maybe if you then you'll see, I guess, the number of, you know, so it's going to be from 1 to 100 on. It's a lot to think about because the stats in MMOs, your stats change. You're not just going to have 100 life points. It's going to go up and down based on what you're wearing and your level and stuff like that. And speaking of level, I don't have something here for level yet. But to keep it simple, let's see. To keep it simple, let me take this out of this group. Immediately don't like it. I mean, but let's do some more work to this screen. Yeah, maybe level should be this one up here. Right, so the player level. This will stay the same size, but then, let me see. Let me copy that, and I'll make this level, just ban this bot real quick. Alright, so that's that. So the actual level wait, what was it before? 6.5? So I want that to be 0, this to be 0, and leave that there. Alright, so you see the curve. This could be a simple yeah, something simple. Oh, that's this. I was like, what the hell is going on? Let me just get rid of that. Oops. Alright, something along these lines. Maybe this is a little bit too long, but maybe it could be aligned to that. Yeah, just make some stuff aligned so that it seems kinda, I don't know. Seems kinda structured, I guess, I don't know. I'll have to see how it feels. Right now, this actually feels way too long. So maybe we don't want it aligned. Yeah, something like that might work. And it should have some text to show you, alright, where the next level is gonna be. Right? I don't know. You just need something that's simple that can work. I don't want people mistaking this for life, which I think most people would. Unless we specifically have some text here that says, alright, this is the level. Right. Okay. Now let me add some switch this to 2D. Go under this. And my question is, why are these clear? Oh, because I'm not showing them. Okay. Image placeholder. Let's duplicate that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of stuff with this. Because I could see at a smaller screen, it's going to overlap like it is here. It's just like .431. Why is the width 431? Why is this locked? Some value is driven by canvas. Yeah, but you shouldn't be. This canvas so small. Canvas scaler. Constant pixel size. Constant physical size. Yeah, you see, this is what's gonna happen. Alright, I need to add a horizontal layout. That's the only way this is going to work. Alright, so the horizontal layout is just going to have sections, and then when you add it, it's going to add some more sections to it. So it's never going to overlap like that. We can't have that happen. So inside the panel, horizontal layout group, and that's going to break everything, right? Because everything is just free floating. So the first thing, I want to have two sections. or 3 sections, yeah. 3 sections. So the first section is going to be the image section, right? If I place this in, all right, first section here. The second section is going to have another panel with a vertical layout, and that's going to have alright, so this is one. Let me add another panel, and in this panel I'm going to have that and that. That is messing up, so let me see. Question is, why is that outside here? Alright, let me bring this back in here. I will bring these back outside. Let me add a vertical layout group to this. And then the first thing is that, and the second thing is that. So this is correct, but the image over here, oh, did I put a sprite on this image? Why does this image have a sprite on it? But I don't see it here. Let me call this chat panel. Chat panel. Let me remove this component. Actually, let me delete this and create a raw image. That's just an image. So chat panel. I want to have a raw image, right? And the raw image should be up here. All right, that's what we want, right? So let me get the width of this image that I have here. and the width is 264. And 299. $264 by $299, and I think these are locked. Some values are driven by horizontal layout. Okay, so we need to give it padding, but I wish I could pull it up. Let me see. Alright, so the horizontal layout, right? This is where we can give it spacing and padding. So let me see about how much pixels of spacing I have in between here. I'll say about 74, 75. I do 74 because I'm OCD. Alright, so it has some spacing. The problem with this is I need this to stick out of here, because this will be a render texture. Right, but the horizontal layout, I think I'll have to do 2 horizontal layouts, because then the first horizontal layout I could do that. And then the second one, I could just leave it where it is. Anyway, for now, let me just get back this text to where it was before. So top. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy to rob, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind, trust on my crosses and dirt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes, I'm mixing. I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions. I know what you digits. I mean it. I'm saying it shot. What the hell? Problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone of progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon it double. Because check out problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon it double. Alright, I'm a little bit confused. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Alright, panel, vertical layout group. Is that the rect? Oh, I guess it is. Okay. That's really weird. Anyway. I'll just keep it like that. Right now, if I render this, it should be pushed all the way to the left. Which I don't want. Yeah, this has to be. It has to be centered. Like it was before. So, okay, I need 3 equal parts. Did I even need to do this? So panel, we have the horizontal layout, child force expand. We don't need the height, just the width. So it's gonna try to expand. Let's see that. And then let me duplicate this image. It's gonna go there. And let's see how that affects it. This may not be the best way to do it. I'm always trying to think of ways to keep things as simple as possible. But let me see. Let me go back to the chat panel and let me push this to the left. Just so it has a little bit of space. And I could see a preview, I don't even have to play it. Right, I think the best way to do this may even be simpler than this. If I could keep this in the absolute center, but give the text an absolute width. Then I could just manually place these two images where it needs to be, and regardless of monitor size, it should work if I put this outside of the panel. If I put the images outside of the panel, this will stay centered. There's just so much ways to do stuff, but because if we start changing aspect ratios, now it automatically adjusts, which is great. But there may be a simpler and better way to do that. No one uses 5x4. It's either going to be 16:9, 16:10. No one uses 4 CRT TVs anymore. And I don't think any game console has is going to use any of these aspect ratios. Any of these kind of 1024:768. These were like old school things. I'm not releasing on anything like 3DS because I don't think it can handle this. Also, it's being done away with, so we're looking at 16:9. What to do, what to do, what to do. Let me not do it this way. So get rid of the horizontal layout group. We don't even need a vertical layout group, to be honest. Oops. Why is the aspect ratio of this? What is this? 264 by 298. $264 by 298. $264 by 298, and I'm gonna scale it down. And then I'll just copy whatever I scale here, duplicate that. Alright, where is the captions? So captions stop here. And also the names. Panel should stop there too. The width is that. Panel. Alright, there we go. Okay. Alright, let me just see how this looks. So that's there. Excuse me. All right. All right. Let me stretch my legs. Alright, let me try something. So the image is showing up where it's supposed to be, right? Both images. It's kind of a small area. I'll have to extend that. But let me put these two in a panel by itself. And then add a horizontal layout to this guy again. So we have the chat panel, right? So I want to add the raw image and this panel. Inside another panel, and then add a horizontal layout. So let me try that before I revert. Don't want you to have anything. And then add a horizontal layout group to this guy. Child alignment, and I want to do middle center. Oof. What happened there? So that's upper left. So upper center. But why is upper center? What's going on? Oh, do I need to reset? I think I need to reset the I don't need an image. let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. Alright, so we have chat panel and we have panel. We have horizontal layout group. Oh no, I did not want to do that. Alright, let me do this again. So we have these two panels here. And then we're going to put that in this panel. So that's the center. Oh, no, we don't want to add it to there, we want to add it to here. It's too many layouts. Alright, so this one, the center is there, so if we put center, it's going to push everything to the center. Alright, so let's do upper center. Yeah, so that's what it did because this has a space. So that's what that's doing, okay. And then we could bring this back somewhere around here. Is that gonna work? I'm just thinking of all different monitors. Yeah, that should work. Because it's doing what we're telling it to do. Right? It's pushing where it was, which had a space, you know, it wasn't all the way to the left, to the center. Right? So, yeah, there we go, we're back. So now it's like, it pushed it to where it needs to be, and then it pulled it back some pixels. And this is the same thing that we kind of do in CSS. When you want to find out the, you want to put something in the center, what you do is first you push it 50% to the left, and then you do a minus margin of minus half of the width of this. So I didn't do half of the width, so it's probably not exactly where it needs to be, right? Minus the width plus the space. So if I was to figure out, all right, what's the width that we have? Let me see. Yeah, it's not going to tell us because the items are mixed. But I'll say we're pretty close. It looks pretty good. But if I could have gotten the width of both of these, then I could make it exactly center by putting minus whatever half of the width of both of these are. So yeah, it would be automatically completely centered. Okay. Alright, so let me change the opacity, and I'll need to still make some adjustments, like this, maybe just make it a little wider, not too wide. And let me change the opacity all the way back up, and I'll call this NPC image place holder. Alright, actually it's not going to be an image, it's going to be render to texture placeholder. And I think I want to make this a little bit wider. And I want the caption to be a little bit wider. And I want to bring that back a little bit more, so everything has a little more room to breathe. What is this playlist? What is this playlist? I don't like that playlist. I want to go back to my sounds. I didn't tell it to switch. What's going on? I need this to be more back, so I'm just gonna change the chat panel, and I'm gonna bring that back a little more. Yeah, I think I want the center of this text to be more in the center of the camera. Let me just check something. Yeah, it's moving how it should. So something like that. Alright, and how I had the text, I have a lot more space. Yeah, it's all the way to the left. I have a lot more space. This is how I kind of designed it. So let's try to make it more like that. So bring it more to the left. Open it out a little more. But you see, the problem is people don't like to read long strings of text. That's something you learn in web development. Short chunks of text is a lot more helpful. But let me just try to open this up a little more. And see what that does. Something like that looks more interesting to me. 3 lines. And it's not skipping the line too quick. And did I have this? I had a much bigger space between the name and this, more breathing room. Although this doesn't look too bad, it doesn't look too bad. I still have to leave a little bit of space for any type of button. I don't know where I'm gonna put the buttons yet, but this might be a little bit too much. Something like that. Oh, did that not make a difference? Or did I just put it back in the same place? I think I just need to. This has a vertical thing, so I just need to change the spacing there instead of manually trying to change it. Yeah, that's more like it. And I'm gonna want, when you see the character, I want it faded. Alright, so the bottom here will not touch, you know, will not clip here. So you'll see the character. The only thing, hmm, the only thing I'm thinking about is I don't want the character to clip on the left or the right either. So I may need to make this bigger and make sure the camera can see the whole top. I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I don't want the character to clip. I want it to be like a silhouette of the character, right? You see the whole silhouette without it cutting off, and it's gonna just be the top. So I don't know how that's gonna work yet. I'll have to find a good angle or find a different way to do it. Maybe this render texture needs to go all the way, you know, all the way here so we could get whatever they're wearing in without having it cut off. So this looks good. I can't wait to put trees and grass and assets and stuff here, and you know, cities and stuff. There'll be like towns right around here, you know, beach towns and roads, like nice roads, nicer dirt roads and stuff, and brick roads, forests and stuff like that. It's gonna start to come together sooner than later. Let me set these guys to aggressive, just for funs. Just for fun. Let me NPCs. Oops. NPCs. I'm just gonna organize this a little more. I think they have Granny on it, right? And I need to change all of this once and for all, but aggressive. All of them are using the same thing, so they should all attack if I get within range. And if we change them to Lucy, then they should start speaking. NPC 3. NPC. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. I think I'm going to call it a night. Um, I got a little bit done that I set out to do, most of it actually. Um, accept, you know, how I wanted this exactly with the faded thing. It still looks good. You know, it's a little bit different. I'll come back tomorrow, please God, and finish the rest of the UIs with the buttons and the experience bar here. I may have to move it. I think that people may think that this is the HP, which I don't want to have happen. Uh, and then once I get everything that I want in, I'm gonna start making some just generic um, button functions just to do something, you know, maybe to attack these guys back, just so I can start getting um, a feel for the UI and stuff like that. But I really like how this looks. It's not going to be here forever. It's going to only pop up when you start a conversation or maybe a cutscene or something like that, and then it's going to drop back down. You'll see the buttons, and yeah, keep it moving. All right, so thanks for